There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh.
Andrea and Andreas!
Andreas! We have you here!
We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Baguette?
Burger.
Burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's the
Because
easiest
it's
to
the best
memorize,
one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up
complicated
here.
at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories. Yeah.
Opa! Yes!
Nerd, I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea,
Alright, we're crossing the river and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay, I'm tired. That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already, palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful. And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but nation to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand machining.
Did you hear that?
Okay, this is too much. I'm out of it.
Don't leave me.
Which we're going to be seeing. One of the main pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some figgy pudding. Now give us some figgy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knight move?
Wait, how do we do this? We just another draw! I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of chess 24. Yeah!
Our love game is over.
I know.
It's not going to be long.
I'm gonna climb it off. Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Why is the rain not going through? Bonjour, Alamon. Bienvenue à Paris. Yeah, party start. What are you doing? Yeah, what is this?
There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh.
Andrea and Andreas!
Andreas! We have you here!
We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Bagay?
Burger.
Burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's the
Because
easiest
it's
to
the best
memorize,
one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up
complicated
theory.
at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories.
Yeah.
Opa! Yes! Merde, I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea, munti che viene da Romania.
All right, we're crossing the river, and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired. That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful. And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand machining.
Did you hear that?
Which we're going to be seeing. One of the main pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some figgy pudding. Now give us some figgy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like,
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knights move? Wait, help me, because there's another draw! I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of chess 24. Yeah!
I know.
Me too!
I'm gonna climb it off.
Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Bonjour à la monde. Bienvenue à Paris. Party start.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what is this?
What is this?
There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh. Andrea and Andreas! Andreas! We have you here! We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Bagay?
Burger.
Burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's the
Because
easiest
it's
to
the
memorize,
best one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up
complicated
theory.
at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories.
Yeah.
Opa! Yes! Merde, I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea, multe che viene sotto la mecia.
Alright, we're crossing the river and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay, I'm tired.
That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful. And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Which we're going to be seeing. One of the main pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some figgy pudding. Now give us some figgy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knight move?
Wait, help me, because another draw! I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of chess 24. Yeah!
Last game is over.
I know.
It's not going to be long.
Me too.
I'm gonna climb it off. Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Why is the rain not going through?
Hello. I gambled and I won. The cameras do seem to be up, and on the right side I can see somewhat. Okay, cameras are gone again. Cameras back up. Oh, and we have sisters, and we have. Oh, look at that. The Adidas hard base. Oh, damn it. They're there. Let me do this. Did Andrea not put herself in frame? Okay, Andrea's kind of hiding from the camera today, but we're off. We're off. Both sisters sporting their nice new red Adidas sweat suits. And we're having moves coming in as well. Not so much on Andrea's board because her opponent is just arriving right now. A bit of chaos as the day gets started. But we do have a lot of moves in Alexandra's game, and so far good news. Alexandra playing her usual pawn to d4, pawn to c4, taking control in towards the center of the board. And her opponent has chosen to go for the BOGO Indian opening. And I am happy to announce that the BOGO Indian is the only opening Alexandra has prepared. And quote, I know it well. And then she skipped some other stuff that she was going to do. But, you know, that happens. At least she knows this stuff well, so that's good. The bishop gives a check on the king. Alexandra blocks with her bishop, attacking the black bishop in return. Queen to e7 is the normal way of keeping this bishop protected. Alexandra goes for the fianchetto, getting the bishop to point down through the center. Knight to c6 is the normal way of playing. And Alexandra... No, wait. Bishop takes bishop is the normal way of playing, and then knight to c6. But this kid has made this inaccuracy before. And he has a tendency of playing knight to c6 before he trades off the bishops, which these days is not considered super accurate. So after knight to c6, then Alexandra plays knight to c3. The knight is captured, Alexandra captures back, and we're into the variations of the BOGO Indian, which is the way they played it back in like the early 1900s. This is like the very old school way of playing the BOGO. And here, after the trade, her opponent goes for knight to e4. So he voluntarily, notice this, he voluntarily traded a bishop for a knight, which normally would have me furious. But the thing is that it's not really giving up the bishops, because after the trade, black moves the knight up, the knight attacks the bishop, and then it's actually okay, because the bishop cannot escape from being captured, and black wins back the bishop afterwards. But we're still in prep for Alexandra. Moves are also coming in Andrea's game, and today I got my third monitor up and running, and that was apparently all it took to make sure that the board will be updated continuously. So a small improvement today. Andrea posing, cameraman. If you guys haven't seen the pictures that this camera dude are taking, you should go check out the girls' Instagram pages. They have a lot of nice pictures from the tournament. Which is pretty much entirely thanks to this guy. Hammer not wearing Adidas. Yeah, sorry about that. I guess I actually do have an Adidas sweater hanging behind me. Maybe I should change into it. But it's not red. It's not red, so I don't know if that counts. Rook to c1 has been played in Alexandra's game. The moves are coming in quick. Pawn to d6 played by the kid, Antony, or how he refers to himself, Antek. This kid is 12 years old and he has his own website. So that's pretty cool. When he plays d6, Alexandra immediately goes d5, opening up for her bishop and threatening the knight. Antek has no choice but to capture the bishop. The rook recaptures, and now knight to d8. This knight to d8 may seem a bit weird. Basically, this knight is trying to get to the c5 square. So the normal way of doing that is trying to go around here. Go back again and then up to the c5 square. But then they've figured out that the capture in the center changes the pawn structure in such a way that actually is quite decent for white. So therefore you go knight to d8, because now if the trade between the pawns, then the knight can recapture and the knight will get to the c5 square very quickly. So knight to d8 is trying to avoid this pawn trade in the center. Alexandra plays bishop to g2, and her opponent immediately castles. This is fine. I didn't have castles in the notes because I think it's a slightly inaccurate move order for black. But the general idea here is that Antek will at some point play pawn to e5, and immediately after pawn to e5, Alexandra should go pawn to c5 and try to open up on the queen side. I'm really liking Alexandra's position right now. She hit her prep pretty well. Photographer must be a distraction for Andrea. If you're playing properly, then most of the time you don't notice. Andreas Rowe got the Adidas memo. That's funny. That's funny. A lot of Adidas stripes in the house today. Damn, the moves are coming in so quickly. I'm going to stay in Alexandra's game just a little bit longer. I'm just going to note that the opening played by Kevin against Andrea is the same opening Andrea played in round 1. So she already played like this earlier in the tournament. And now she gets to show whether she's made any improvements. Alexandra does play pawn to c5, and she plays it quickly. The kid, Antek, he did play pawn to e5 to try and close down the center. This is quite reminiscent of the game Alexandra had against Marcos 2 rounds ago. But what happened in the game against Marcos is that Alexandra never got her queenside play going. And Marcos kind of overwhelmed her with the pawns on the king side. That's not going to happen today. And one of the reasons I know that is because she already played the move c5, which puts these pawns into motion and really puts pressure on black's position. If black captures the pawn, this is a sacrifice, but it's only a temporary sacrifice, because if pawn takes, the knight comes in to attack, and if black tries to have these pawns defend each other, then pawn to d6 is very clever, opening up an attack against the queen while also opening up for the bishop to attack the rook in the corner. So technically, Alexandra has put her pawn on an unprotected square, but in reality, she's just making a trade. And when this pawn is traded off, her rook will become very active along the c file. Honestly, Alexandra might just win this game out of the opening. Let me tell you guys what her prep is. So her prep is pawn here, takes, queen here to attack the bishop, and then if bishop out, then rook in, putting pressure along this 7th rank. And if her opponent tries to defend this pawn and then get his knight out, then Alexandra can play queen takes f5. And you give up the queen, but if the queen is captured, you get to capture black's queen. And this is a winning position with an extra pawn for Alexandra. So this is her prep. And if she gets it, she's probably going to win the game. And so far, so good. She's already played 13 moves straight out of the gate. She has more time now than when the game started, because she gets an additional 30 seconds per move that's being made. So Good start. Good start. Let's return to check out Andrea and let's see her opening. I've put my Andrea's game on the monitor that's this way for me, so I'm gonna be looking a bit. Since I had to put it on a separate monitor in order for the games to be updated properly, then I don't know. I'm gonna look a bit weird, maybe looking over. I'm trying to, yeah, because every time I look this way, then the light hits me. Anyway, details. Checking out Andrea's game, she has played her King's Indian setup. Both players trying to point their bishops down the board, with white doing it 2 times. The bishop pointing down, kind of neutralizing this black bishop. After bishop to g7, bishop to b2, Andrea plays d6. And her intention here is going pawn to e5 and taking control in the center of the board. And white will just not have any of that. So white plays d4 to take control of the e5 square and prevent the pawn's advance. After castles, bishop g2, and now knight to d7. This is different to the game that Andrea played in the first round of this tournament. So in the first round, Andrea had pretty much the same position and she played knight to c6. Her knight got kicked and she had to go back with the knight. The opening was not the problem there, but Andrea blundered her a knight not too long after, which just completely ruined the first game. So today she's focusing instead on knight to d7. Same idea in terms of the knight trying to control this e5 square, but this time with the benefit of a pawn advance from white will no longer be able to hit the knight. Castles from white, and then pawn to c6 from Andrea. Knight to d2, rook to e8. So Andrea, it seems like she's trying to play this move pawn to e5. But if she does do that, she has to be careful about this white knight making its way into the dark squares. Because when you played pawn to c6, you did weaken your control of this d6 square. And if you're going to play the move e5 afterwards, then you just got to be a bit cautious about this knight coming in. But computer says it's nothing to worry about. And computer is happy that Andrea is about to have some influence. She's been pretty passive with her pawns so far in the opening. And you want to have at least one of your pawns coming into the proper center of the board. And that's what Andrea is preparing right now. And her position is okay. Rook e1 played. Kevin is playing quite quickly. And Kevin does also seem like the kind of guy who might enjoy the hard bass. Hard bass? Beat bass. Am I pronouncing that right? Beat. Hard bass, okay. But so far, his pace has been kind of intimidating, I think. Kevin has come here to play, and he's playing quickly, putting some pressure on Andrea. But so far, it seems like they're still kind of in Andrea's preparation. Who wears the outfit better? No wonder your name is Rage when you're asking such very ragey questions. That would be like comparing who's your favorite child. We're not going to do that in chat, are we? Both girls look equally bad in their red Adidas sweatsuits. No favoritism here. They both look intimidating. I saw someone in Discord also say that, oh, they're gonna be so intimidating today. Who in their right mind thinks a striped sweatsuit looks intimidating? Intimidating? Is that really the word you want to stick with? Red only intimidating to a bull? Is that what chat is trying to say? That you're full of bulls? At least Andrea is wearing her own clothes today. It's progress. In some way. The guy Andrea is playing, he looks intimidating. Yes, thank you. That's the proper use of the word. He looks like the muscles, the tattoos. He looks intimidating. He's the kind of guy. I'm sure he's a sweetheart. But if you didn't know him, you probably wouldn't want to meet him in a dark alley. Two girls in red Adidas sweatpants? That's not going to intimidate anyone. Where's the Discord? I'm sure someone has a link for you, Nick. Can you show tournament standings? No. As long as the sisters are not in the top 100 players in the tournament, the standings are censored for all parties. How many players are there? I'd prefer not to say. They're not in the top 100, says Tactrix. No. $21.33 rating. Yeah, and that was in February, Deepwater Titan. This kid has even improved his rating since then. And now he's almost 2,200. The kid is cooking. The kid just escaped our prep, but it's fine. I don't remember why, but the prep was bishop to d7. Now that I look at it, I'm like, why didn't I consider knight here? But Alexandra has an advantage. She's gonna move her rook up. But actually, there's an interesting trap here. After rook to c7, if the kid tries to go bishop to d7, A mistake you can easily make here. So Alexandra has played rook to c7. And here there's a big trap. If queen takes f5, the idea is that bishop takes queen, then rook takes queen, and white wins. But after queen takes, you're threatening this bishop with 2 pieces. But actually, rook to c8 is a winning move. Because if the rook captures the rook, then the bishop takes the queen, and there's no longer pressure towards the black queen. And if the rook captures the bishop, then actually this is checkmate. But this is not going to happen because this is in the preparation. And also the kid is not going to go, in this position we have, the kid is not going to go bishop to d7. Because he wouldn't voluntarily pin his own bishop and give up the pawn. So he's going to move the queen here, and then Alexandra is going to castle. And she has a big advantage. What's your rating? My rating is about 2,600. Alexandra with an advantage out of the opening. Love to see it. Could have happened more often, Gerber, if she, you know, remembered her opening prep more often. Just gonna put that out there. Any Ludo updates? Wow, the Dutch guys supporting their fellow countrymen. Good on you. Andrea needs to think another 30 minutes before her advantage kicks in. Honestly, though, 2 games in a row. Andrea has won her game after thinking for more than 30 minutes in the first 10 moves. And right now, there's only 2 more moves for Andrea until we reach move 10. So she needs to do her 30-minute think pronto to keep the streak going. Andrea calculates everything. Well, right now she has a pretty clear decision to make. Whether she wants to push the pawn forward to e5 or not. The only real concern about this move would be that it allows her opponent to go knight to c4, attacking both this pawn and the pawn in the center. So she just needs to realize that she doesn't need to be scared of this move because of pawn to e4. Okay. Okay, apparently she should be scared of this because computer feels this is a better position for white with the 2 pawns controlling the center. Okay. Well, then it makes sense that she's thinking right now. Because, I mean, I would be scared of knight to c4 too. Then I'm curious. Oh, apparently she can go knight to b6 here. Really? Takes. Oh, and then knight to g4, and she's attacking here and she's attacking there. Oh, but then bishop to d4 blocks that. Yeah, okay. This position is way trickier than I gave it credit for. Yeah, so she's trying to figure out whether she can play pawn to e5 now or whether she needs to start with queen to c7 first. Probably both moves are okay, but it gives a little more flexibility if you figure out you can go e5 first, because then you can kind of choose where to put your queen afterwards. But yeah, something to think about for Andrea. How annoying is this cameraman? Literally working for the girls. Literally working for the girls. Go on Andreas and Alexandra's Instagram if you want to see his pictures. Cameraman, a paid actor. Isn't it distracting though? I guess, yeah, no, that it might be a little distracting. It's not distracting when your opponent is sitting there, but now, and also you get a little bit self-conscious, right? Especially when the guy has been back 3 times, because that kind of means, oh, he didn't get any good pictures the first time round, so he had to come back, and now I gotta look even prettier than I did earlier. Of course, that is just my experience from the situation. I guess it could be different for different people. What do you think about promoting a pawn to a king? It's illegal, not allowed according to the rules of chess. Okay, I'm very happy now. Do you guys know why? Alexandra has decided that her play yesterday, never castling her king, was probably not that great of an idea. And she has decided to castle her king this game. So, hopefully that's going to work out for her. Because otherwise she might be tempted to continuing her winning plan of never castling. How did castling improve Alexandra's position? So one of the most biggest reasons that we castle is because this rook in the corner, the rook is one of the most valuable pieces on the board. Contrary to a bishop, a rook can attack both light squares and dark squares, which makes a really big difference. Like a bishop in the middle of an open board and a rook in the middle of the open board. They control the same number of squares. So both the bishop and the rook are powerful pieces. But what the rook can do that the bishop cannot is that it can much easier change its area of attack because it can go to dark squares as well as light squares. Whether the bishop is easier to defend against, because you're like, okay, you're attacking the light squares. Well, I have those under control, so now you can never hurt me. But getting the rook into play can be a bit tricky. And that's why we castle, so that the rook comes on the other side of the king and can then join over here on the left side, which is really where Alexandra is trying to win her game. She's trying to have this rook point in towards the king, in towards these pawns, and put pressure on the bishop. That kid is 11 at most. You're wrong, he's 12. but he's pretty good for a 12-year-old. When I was 12, my rating was about, I think it was like 1600, 1700. This guy is almost 2200 because the rating on the screen is actually from February, and he gained 60 rating points this month. He's super talented, but when faced with the hammer preparation, even he may come up short. Copium? I mean, look at the board. Alexandra has already invaded with her rook. She's putting pressure over here towards the king. She's getting ready to get the next rook into the play. This black bishop has nowhere to go. I'm just saying, black's position is very difficult at the moment. He's probably going to have to play like pawn to e4. That's probably the only way he can see to kind of activate his pieces. But still looks very, very good for Alexandra. Are they seated nearby? Yeah, they're sitting opposite each other. So right now, the camera kind of looks like how it is in real life. Because Alexandra is sitting right behind Andrea. Oh, wow. Andrea plays pawn to b5. I guess she was really scared about this knight to c4 plan that white had in case she went pawn to e5. But pawn to b5, it's okay in terms of bringing the bishop into the game. But this pawn could easily be targeted by a white pawn coming in from the side. It's interesting though. It's an interesting idea from Andrea. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick little break. Try to deal with my eyes watering so much. B6 has been played. Let me just get this move before I go. B6, that's interesting. So he wants to move his bishop into the game, and he wants to point down on this pawn. That makes a lot of sense. Rook to c1 being recommended for Alexandra, but then bishop to a6 hits the pawn. And weirdly, this is intriguing. Computer, one of the computer's top choices is bishop to f1. And the idea is that Alexandra can then go queen to a4, attack the bishop, and the bishop will have to return. In fact, like there's some variations. Queen up here attacks the bishop has to step back. And here computer wants queen to h4. That's wild. Wow. But it's super interesting. Because basically what's happening is that Alexandra has complete control of the queen side, right? This part of the board, she is absolutely dominating. But black is quite aggressive with the pawns on the king side. And black could use those pawns to try and generate an attack against the white king. And what's the best way of preventing the opponent from attacking? It would be to trade queens. And here, even though the queen trade will lead to white having isolated pawns on the side of the board, it's still the best thing to do, because without the queens, black is no longer going to have any attacking chances on this side of the board. And instead, it's just going to be white dominating on the other flank instead. That's very interesting. Very unexpected how the queen also just got involved so out of the blue. Okay, it's going to be interesting moving forward. Alexandra has a big advantage according to the computer, but it's still going to be a super interesting game because black has some really interesting attacking chances, pushing their pawns down against the white king. So objectively, white is doing very, very well, but in practical play, it can be really tricky dealing with attacks such as the one Antek is trying to create in this position. On Andrea's board, her opponent continues playing very quickly, pawn to e4. Now, Kevin is threatening pawn to e5 next. And that's just it's gonna take a lot of space, but it's also gonna open up, for instance, for this bishop. Right now, this bishop is blocked by his own pawn, but if the pawn could progress even further, then it's a complete disaster. So Andrea needs to play pawn to e5 now. If she doesn't play this move, she's just gonna be lost. Those are the harsh realities of the current position. So pushing her pawn forward is an absolute must right now. But I think she's going to do it. Alexandra is playing quickly. She went queen to a4 first, which makes sense because she's trying to prevent this bishop from getting into the game. But computer wasn't such a big fan of this because of the move pawn to e4. When black opens up for the queen to threaten the pawn on b2, but at the same time also opens up for the knight to get involved through this great square in the center of the board. Wow. And just like that, the computer feels the position is equal. Computer legitimately thought that Alexandra was much, much better. And now just this move and computer is not liking the situation anymore. That's so weird to me. But pawn to e4 was not played. It's gonna be an important move for the future also though, because pushing that pawn forward is one of the only ways for black to get the knight into the middle of the board. Antek instead, he played pawn to a5. Now this pawn is standing in the way of the queen so that the bishop may join the game on the next move. However, this also weakens the protection. Oh, wow, I didn't even realize Alexandra was threatening this pawn. I'm such an idiot. She was even threatening a pawn, like pawn to e4. There's no wonder he didn't play that, because then rook takes pawn looks kind of good. But apparently there's some tactics that makes this okay and maybe even better for black. Okay, the position is actually very tricky already. And frankly, both the players are playing too quickly right now. Alexandra has only used 5 minutes of her time. Antek has used 15, but still. They already played 18 moves each. Like normally in a Botez game, whether it be Alexandra or Andrea, when they play 18 moves, like they're usually at 15 minutes left for the rest of the game. And now here Alexandra sits with an hour 23. Very unusual. But this would be the moment to start slowing down. Because it is actually very, very tricky now, moving forward. Computer's top choice is pawn to b4. Super interesting. Number one, this prevents the idea we saw earlier with the queen trying to capture this pawn. And also, if the bishop knight now tries to attack down towards the e2 pawn, then you can just continue forward and say to the bishop, no, you're not going to get to join the game today. Go back to your starting position. And then the bishop, all the places the bishop wants to go, is actually covered by the white pieces. So then the bishop becomes really out of play. And once again, computer wants this move, queen to h4. Super, super interesting. Apparently that's a theme in this position, that the queen can try to go over to the other side and make a trade with the black queen because you're dominating on the left flank. I've never seen that idea before. So b4 is interesting, but the most obvious move is knight to c4. Because then the knight is threatening this pawn. Now if bishop to a6 trying to activate the bishop, Alexandra can capture the pawn on b6, attack the rook, and when the rook moves, the knight will continue and attack pretty much everything in black's camp, giving Alexandra a winning advantage. So if Alexandra does go for knight to c4, the move Antek needs to play is pawn to b5, luring the queen forward, because then you can go and attack the queen. But if the queen just moves back, actually this is just an extra pawn for white. Maybe this b5 move isn't that good at all, because like it seemed nice to threaten the queen, but the queen steps back, and honestly, what have you accomplished? In theory, a position like this should be okay for black, because the white bishop is being blocked by the black pawns, while the black knight is able to find a really good placement in the center of the board. But in this position, white has the extra pawn. And that has got to be worth something. God damn. Yeah, no, I have a bit of a sore throat, and Alexandra playing 5.5 hour games every round is not really helping my vocal cords. And then I'm sneezing too. Why is Andrea black? Because she had white 2 games in a row. So you have to change between being white and being black as the color in a game of chess. What are you drinking? Tea. So here Alexandra in this variation has won a pawn, and that looks pretty good. So knight to c4 is a very obvious option, and it's looking kind of good. So Alexandra definitely had a good opening here. Well done, coach, whoever you are. In Andrea's game, Andrea did play pawn to e5, which was an absolute necessity. And it got her an exclam. Good move, Andrea. Her opponent then played a4, and I feel like Kevin is probably a viewer of the stream. And Alexandra plays b4. That was one of the really clever moves. Alexandra gets a gold star, or in chess.com logo, a green star, for her move. Excellent move, preventing the bishop from getting active. And now pretty much no matter what she does, she can probably play pawn to b5 afterwards. And if she gets the pawn up here, then this bishop is pretty much buried alive. Wow, things are going pretty well today. Good opening here and good continuation into the middle game from Alexandra. And in Andrea's game, okay, her opponent... Well, Andrea's game is a bit tricky, because what I was about to say before I got sidetracked with Alexandra's move, Kevin seems to be very aware of the Botez sisters' minor weakness, what regards time management. And he's decided to solve this by playing the quickest I have ever seen anyone play so far this tournament. He is blitzing out his moves, and Andrea hasn't even been thinking for that long for any one move, like she kind of made a habit in her last 2 games, but she's still down more than 20 minutes on the clock. Is Kevin German? They are well known for that tactic. Are you saying that the Germans do the blitzkrieg very well? I do like the slightly intelligent jokes. Yeah. But this is definitely going to be a challenge for Andrea. Because dealing with that kind of pace, it's going to get her really low on time. Her position is fine. Like, her situation on the board is completely fine. But it's going to be tricky dealing with Kevin's pace. Okay. Andrea chooses to just reinforce her own pawn. Which is a sensible move. Next move, she's going to play bishop to b7. And yeah, it's about equal. White is very slightly better because white has 3 pawns being aggressive as opposed to black's 2. But other than that, position is fine for both players. In Alexandra's game, the position is not fine for both players. In Alexandra's game, it is a big problem for black how to get this c8 bishop into the game. He tried getting it to a6 and then pointing it down, but that just hasn't really worked out for him so far, with Alexandra now getting ready to push her pawn even further up to make sure that the black bishop is unable to point down. Antek has to play f4 to get the bishop into the game. Yeah, that's a good comment. So pawn to f4 is definitely something that needs to be considered in order to open up for the bishop. But that will also open up the e4 square for the knight, which is a problem in itself because that's a really good placement for the knight. Wow, moves are coming in so quick. And look at this move from Antek. Pawn to b5. That's actually one of the best moves in the position. And it gives Alexandra a really tricky counter. The problem with this pawn move is that now the pawn is blocking the bishop's view. However, if Alexandra decides to capture the pawn, that would be a mistake, on account of the bishop then coming back into play, attacking the queen, and when the queen moves, there are 2 pawns that can be captured here for black. If you first capture the 1 pawn, and then you can capture this one, maybe you can even capture this one, and white's initiative on the queen side has kind of been overtaken by black, simply by black getting their pieces into active positions. So, So yeah, this is still tricky for Alexandra. And computer says the only good move here is queen to a3. And why is that the only good move? Well, we can tell by what it prevents. Which move is available in every other circumstance than queen to a3? The move in question is pawn takes pawn. Black wants to capture this pawn so that you can open up for your rook to attack along the a file. But if you capture, the white queen will capture the black rook. So one of the main ideas with this pawn to b5 move is that you're trying to chase the queen away so that you can capture and open up for the rook along the side of the board. And that's why queen to a3 is the only good move for Alexandra now, because that keeps this rook out of play by preventing the black pawn from being able to capture the white one. So yeah, tricky decision for Alexandra. One of my main concerns here is that she's played a great game so far, but she's played very quickly. She's relied on the advantage she got from her preparation, but now she needs to get away from that kind of quick thinking frame of mind. And she needs to take her time in order to find the correct moves. Okay, apparently she can play quickly and also find the right moves. What is this? Alexandra is here to take down the kid. Wow, she finds the right move and she only spends 2 minutes and 55 seconds on it. After Antek came with a enterprising sacrificial move. The power of the jumpsuits? Apparently. And Antak, he also continues playing so quickly. I'm amazed at the pace that these two players have right now. Really spectacular. I need to ask you guys, how much of the construction work outside can you guys hear? Like, how concerned should I be? You can hear it a little bit, but not that much, right? 0? Okay, great. Oh my god, and Alexandra plays almost instantly right afterwards. I do not like, I mean, Alexandra's playing great. She has a good position, all of that stuff, but she's playing so quickly. And I feel like at some point, if you play this fast, you're gonna make a mistake, and that's gonna be so costly. Also here, I don't know if I even like this move. She got another green star. Wow. I don't like this move. According to the engine, it was the best move, but I don't like it. I'm not a fan. Because I'm concerned about the attack that black is going to get with his pawns on the king's side. And this looks quite serious. Like, you have to take this seriously. The advance of the pawns is going to be scary. And then I kind of liked having the rook here to keep protection close to the king. But instead, she wants it all. She wants to attack. She wants to put pressure. And she's moved the rook over to put pressure down the open file. From a purely kind of what you're taught as a young chess player, this makes a ton of sense. You want to have the rooks doubled on the open file. But I'm concerned about, we need to leave some pieces close to the king to defend against this onslaught. But wow, she's really putting pressure on this 12-year-old. And this 12-year-old is not just good. He's not 2100 by chance. And the reason I know that is because this tournament started in February. So they're using the February ratings from the World Chess Federation. But in the ratings published March 1st, Antek gained more than 60 points. Which is huge in a single month. So this kid is better than his rating suggests. And right now, Alexandra is putting so much pressure on him. If Alexandra was just not playing a kid, then her opponent would be so nervous. But the problem with kids is that they're too dumb to overthink. Which is really, really useful in chess. Because he's like happy-go-lucky. He just plays quickly and enjoys playing chess. He doesn't overthink, what am I doing here? I'm under pressure. This is uncomfortable. The guy just, tries to play the best moves and go after the opponent's king. Being dumb equals smart. Yeah, that's me. I'm glad you find something to identify with, Lori. Okay, I'm gonna find my own Adidas shirt and I'm gonna take a little break. Okay, let me see. What do you think, chat? It's not red, but it's got the stripes. It's got the stripes. I'm gonna do it. Three Stripes gang in the house.
Tripaloski, Hardastusovki, Adidas Krasovki. Tripaloski, Hardastusovki. тусовки, Adidas кроссовки, три полоски, три полоски, на штанах полоски, три зачетных соски, три полоски, три полоски. Мы не боимся, в углах не таимся, три полоски, три полоски, здесь все тусуют, под хардбас танцуют, три полоски, три полоски. Три полоски, три полоски, три полоски, три полоски, три полоски.
Okay, so that is the song I have been instructed to play for this Three Stripes Adidas stream. The shirt is changing you. I don't know how Andrea is gonna feel about me having an Adidas sweater unironically in my closet. I got the impression that this was only acceptable as a joke. And also not sponsored by Adidas, but why the heck not? If you work in the Adidas sponsorship department, I mean, look at the girls. Okay, Alexandra's not sitting at the board right now. But look at them. Are you not going to sponsor that? I guess there's no need to if they're going to do it for free anyway. Do we like Queen D3 for Alexandra? I kind of like it. It makes a lot of sense at trying to attack this pawn. What I am concerned about with Queen to D3 is that it will allow the pawn to move forward while attacking the queen. I kind of like this move Queen to C3 for Alexandra because that means that pawn to E4 will no longer be possible. So like something like Queen to C3. And then he can never, Ante can never play pawn to e4 because that's going to allow the queen trade, which is just devastating. So, but it's still very tense because it's not clear how Alexandra is going to make a breakthrough on the queen side. Because like, if black just keeps pushing the pawns up on this side, like if Alexandra moves her queen into the position, it's like, the queen is not even threatening anything. All these squares the queen is kind of trying to go to, all of them are protected by the black pieces. So I'm not as optimistic as the computer in Alexandra's game, simply because I realized that this attack coming with the pawns is super, super tricky. And I don't see... I mean, I'm not sure. Alexandra maybe needs to move her knight with all the way round to try and attack this pawn. But then you're spending so much time with the knight, then that's going to give black so much time to attack on the other flank. So, yeah, it's a super, super tricky position. Very difficult to play for Alexandra. But she seems very confident. Mostly in the pace with which she's played. I'm just concerned that she's playing too quickly and doesn't realize the danger of what's going on the opposite flank. Moving over to Andrea's game, we got two moves. Her opponent chose to make a trade between the pawns on the queen side. And after the trade, Andrea couldn't capture back with her a-pawn. Because if that happens, then rook takes rook, opens up along the side of the board, and white wins the game. So Andrea had to do what's known as capturing away from the center. So pawns are very interesting creatures, right? Because they only move forward, except when they capture, and then they can change lanes. And in general, when pawns capture, you want them to capture in towards the middle, from the side in towards the middle of the board, because that effectively strengthens your grip in the center. And pieces placed in the center control more squares than pieces on the side of the board, which means controlling the center and using the pawns to control the center is very valuable. So it's a bit of an issue that she had to capture away from the center, but at the same time, computer doesn't feel like it's that big of an issue. Computer still feels Andrea's position is completely fine. And now bishop to a3 has been played, and the biggest news about this move is that Kevin spent 4 minutes on it, which is the longest thing he's had on a move so far. Andrea spent 19 minutes on a different move previously. So like there's a huge discrepancy in how quickly both of these players are playing. And now the pawn on d6 is under attack, and Andrea needs to deal with it. Alexandra is playing against a kid. Yeah. Your reaction is about the same as Alexandra's reaction was when she found out. But so far she's doing well. What's the best way to defend the pawn? There's a couple of different options. Queen c7, queen b6, top among them. So just move the queen out to give protection. And you don't have to be worried about this knight coming up to attack both the queen and the pawn, because Andrea has this pawn preventing that. So Andrea is kind of justifying her decision to push the pawn up to b5 earlier in the game, because now that pawn is shielding the queen pretty well. Okay, we have another improvement for the stream today. But it is going to require me doing some technical things. So please be patient. Boom. Change windows. But we are going to have to crop this a little bit. Make this one a little smaller. Make this one a little smaller. We might even have to crop the juice a little bit. And then we have Andreas game. To the best of my technical ability. This is what we're doing. I mean, that's pretty good. I'm happy with that. Good effort, me. Andrea does play queen to b6 and gets a green star for it. And wow, wow, this is interesting. Computer says the best move for Kevin right now is to move the bishop back to b2. But remember, on the previous move, Kevin played bishop to a3, and the likelihood of him going back is pretty much 0. So now Computer feels like Andrea has the better position unless bishop to b2 is played, but that's never going to happen. Which is big news, great news for all the fans. What do you think about this layout, Vila? I feel like I did the best I could. Antek moved. Yeah. Rook to b8. It's a very non-committal move. It was a move he kind of needed to do regardless, because he needed to keep this pawn protected. But now Computer recommends for Alexandra, queen to e3. I am very intrigued by this move. Queen to e3 threatens queen to a7. And that feels very tempting. The problem is black can go pawn to f4. And now if the queen goes to a7, then this bishop can move it back into the game, and actually that opens up for the rook to protect the other rook. And this might be okay for black. Knight moves up, attacks the queen moves away. And Computer actually feels like this is okay for black, which is a bit surprising to me, but we gotta trust what the Computer is saying. So yeah, no, this is an incredibly tricky position. I'm very concerned with the pace Alexandra has shown so far. She's played really good moves, so maybe I shouldn't really be complaining about pace as long as the moves are good. It's just very important that she realizes the magnitude of this moment and what's about to happen right now, and has that taken into consideration when making her next move. Because right now we're at the cusp of something great, but at the same time, one mistake here and it's going to be game over. It's really balancing on a knife's edge. Because the black attack could easily become very, very scary on Alexandra's game. And the Computer recommendation for Alexandra is pawn to f4, which is absolutely wild. Because this pawn can be captured by the black pawn, and if you recapture, then the queen comes in to both give a check on the king and attack the knight. But the reason the Computer is advocating this, even so, is that you can block this check with the pawn, and if the queen takes the knight, then the rook comes back and the queen is actually trapped. That is impossible to see. But I still want to talk about this variation a little bit, because the move pawn to f4, it's important that we understand the strategic reasoning behind it. If pawn to f4 and there's a trade, notice how now this white pawn is controlling both the squares that the black knight wants to go to. So this pawn is doing an amazing job of preventing the options for the knight. But it's not just the knight. It's also this bishop. This bishop has been a problem for Antec throughout the game. But one of his main ways of getting this bishop into the game is by pushing this guy up so that the bishop can come out on the king side and actually be a contributor in the attack against the white king. But here, by placing our pawn in the path of black's pawn, we're preventing the pawn from advancing, which in turn is preventing the bishop from doing anything. So here, in such a position, even though we're kind of advancing the pawn in front of our own king, the positional features of this move, how it restricts the options for the black knight and for the black bishop, makes it an incredibly powerful move. So number one, you need to realize how important it is to try and stop the pawn to f4 move and the attack that then comes in for black. But you also have to realize that it's okay to blunder your knight, because it actually turns out the black queen gets trapped at the end of that variation. So it's a super, super tricky position. But objectively, Alexandra is doing very, very well. And I also want to mention to you guys the chess.com accuracy from Alexandra and Antec at this moment. So Vladimir Kramnik, the former world champion, has created some headlines for himself by accusing pretty much every chess player in the world of cheating. And he believes that if you play with like an accuracy of 93, 94 in a blitz game, then that's very, very suspicious. But keep in mind, that's suspicious for the greatest chess players in the world. He doesn't think you can play at that accuracy. So it is a bit different in a classical game. However, I would say that Alexandra's pace this game has been, I mean, she's almost been playing at a blitz, at the very least rapid pace. She really hasn't had like any long big things in the game so far. Her accuracy right now stands at 99.0. To which Vladimir Kramnik would say, interesting. And we're gonna say, wow. Great play from Alexandra so far. But listen to this. Her opponent, the 12-year-old Antec, I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce that. His accuracy stands at 98.5, which means both players in this game are playing some really, really good chess right now. So, I suspect that number is not going to remain that high, with 100 being the maximum. But it's really nice to see some good chess being played, and Alexandra showing that, you know, at her very best, she's quite the opponent. What's the text on your mug? St. Louis Chess Club. I'm a big fan of free stuff. Wow, Kevin actually moved his bishop back. That's number one, very embarrassing for him that he went back and forth with his bishop and lost a lot of time. But at the same time, that shows incredible discipline from Kevin. Because bishop back gets the green star. It was the best move in the position. He made a mistake and he needed to undo his mistake, and he did. A lot of people would just say that, oh no, I'm not backing down. I'm never gonna move back. That would be so embarrassing. I'm on camera, for God's sakes. I'm not gonna go back and forth with my bishop like an idiot. And so he chose instead to go back and forth with the bishop like the brilliant man he is, realizing what the position needed and not being too proud to say, you know, I made a mistake. I'm gonna fix it. And Andrea quickly responds with moving her bishop out. And that means Andrea now has connection between the rooks. That's often something we celebrate. Like when you got your rooks connected, that means you're pretty much done developing your pieces. And she also got her bishop pointing in towards the center of the board. Tracksuit sisters dominating? I mean, if both of them win today, I feel like we're gonna need the tracksuits tomorrow as well. Surely I have chat's support that if both of them beat much higher rated opponents, we can't really change the winning strategy, right? This isn't superstitious. I mean, Twitch chat better not come talking to me about superstition. You guys keep insisting that I'm gonna jinx everything. And then you're gonna say that my chess player, you have to wear the same sweater as you won with the day before. That's somehow not okay. But you guys believe in jinxing? Why you jinx now? I didn't jinx. I'm just saying, as an experienced tournament chess player, if you both win against opponents rated 300 points above you, you wear the same outfit the next day, and you use the same pen. That is just common sense. Every chess player knows this. Wow, chat really lost their minds right now. I'm not gonna talk to you until you start behaving again. That is wild. Okay, Papa Botez in chat. In their childhood, they were not happy when I was trying to match their clothing, and now they're doing it by choice. Life as a parent is tough. I mean, Papa Botez, at the very least, they specifically said that they were making fun. They're ironically wearing the same thing. I think it's different somehow. But we also did hear Andrea quite specifically yesterday say that she is way more stylish than her sister. And I don't understand how you can buy that and still make such a claim. But I think it's satirical somehow. Hammer wearing Adidas? I had to. I don't have a red one though. But I unironically had one hanging in my closet. And I'm not wearing it as a ha funny. Well, I am. But I had it I didn't buy it as a ha, this is so funny. My sense of fashion is so bad. Which may, yeah, somehow that's wrong. I mean, Adidas is a big company. I don't understand. Like, why are we mocking one of the most common sweater brands in the world? Yeah. I have a video with Andrea when she was 6. She's telling her sister that she is stylish and Alexandra is not. Wow, that's harsh. Andrea is better now? Apparently, pawn to d5. The computers didn't like this move from Kevin, but to me, it made by far the most sense. Because right now, White has managed to put up 2 pawns to stop this bishop from influencing in towards the center of the board. So pawn to d5, in my mind, was by far the most logical move. But computer didn't like it. And now computer is saying that Andrea should try to advance her pawn on the queen side, that she could move her knight up and maybe also get her bishop pointing down the diagonal. It's a tense positional struggle in Andrea's game. But one of the things that we have to be very happy about is that they both have about the same time on their clocks. And Kevin has been using like 20 minutes for the last 3 moves. So clearly Kevin is not feeling as comfortable as he did earlier when he was playing super, super quick. Okay, and Andrea, instead of playing positional improvement of your pieces chess, she has moved her knight up to try and attack a pawn. That seems somewhat childish. I mean, what's your follow-up? What's going on? Are you going to play f5? Like, this is, I mean, I would say even in 1 minute chess, that's an optimistic move. Betting on your opponent to already have pre-moved and that you can capture a pawn in towards the king. I'm not a big fan. I don't really see any circumstance in which Andrea is not going to get kicked back after White first protects this pawn. What's scaring me right now is that the only way I can make sense of this knight to g4 move is if she continues with pawn to f5 afterwards. After which the computer says that White is winning. So one of the main problems that I hate Andrea's move right now is because the only way I can make it make sense is by following up with a move the computer like really, really dislikes. But it's aggressive. I'll give her that. It's very aggressive. But maybe too aggressive. So here after takes. Ooh, after takes, apparently e5 is good for black. Maybe. It's at least very interesting. I was trying to illustrate that after takes, and then knight to h4, then black's position kind of just falls apart. These pawns are nice in that they're controlling the middle of the board well, but it's too easy for white to attack these pawns and you can't defend them properly necessarily. You could also get a bishop out here afterwards to just increase the pressure on the same two, the knight and the pawn. But on the other hand, Andrea yesterday said in the interview after the game, she was so happy that I had said her games are more attacking than Alexandra's, and that she was getting more attention on the stream because her games was more of an attacking flavor. And she's sticking true to her guns in that regard. That she's like a bull, and the opponent's king is like the matador with the red flag. She charges forward in any circumstance she can. She wants to attack the opponent, and she's going to do it. So I'm guessing she's going to play pawn to f5 now. And then the game is on. Computer hates it, but frankly, there are some ideas worthwhile within it. And if she can get like really strong central pawns and not be punished for it in the first like 2 or 3 moves, then she could really seize the initiative in this game. Lucky he's not a bull with that jacket. Well, Andrea knows that when she's sitting at the chessboard, there's only one bull, and that's her, and she played f5. Alpha moves by Andrea right now. Gets the question mark, but that's the cost of doing business. Andrea wants our attention. She wants more clips of me saying she's such an aggressive attacker. And she's willing to play some question mark moves to make it happen. A bad plan is better than no plan. Leon, I think you will find that the quote goes, no plan is worse. No, is it a bad plan is better than no plan? Actually, that might be the saying, but there's so many people who have said that's absolutely wrong. Because quite literally, a bad plan is 100% worse than no plan. In chess, you are perfectly capable of destroying your own position without help from the opponent. That's you can definitely do that. A bad plan will lose you games. That's just how it works. So there is a saying that a bad plan is better than no plan, but it's just wrong. A bad plan can lose you the game. Any plan is better than no plan? Yeah, same thing. No, it's not. No quote is better than a bad quote. Yes, spot on. Why didn't she take on f2? Because the opponent moved his queen up to protect. That was pretty much the only reason he did what he did. What if the plan is self-destruction? I mean, you gotta talk to chat vividly. I'm trying to make the same argument as you. No wife is better than a bad wife? Spot on, and vice versa. No husband better than a bad husband. Why is Alexandra just waiting? I think you will find that in chess, we don't use the word waiting. We use the word thinking. She's thinking. At least I definitely hope so. Because she's... otherwise, she's been waiting a very long time. But yeah, she has been thinking for a very, very long time now. Which I guess you get what you ask for. I've been telling chat that I'm concerned that Alexandra's going to play too quickly. And booyah! She sits there thinking for more than 20 minutes. But it's an important moment in the game. If she finds this move pawn to f4, that could be like the winning move. After pawn to f4, like black will have to play g5. It's like the only way for black to keep the game alive, I feel. But then queen to e3 gets the queen over to a really good position in the center. You're watching out for your pawns over here, but you're also threatening to trap the rook on the other side of the board. So pawn to f4 is, I think strategically, it's a winning move. But I think it's almost impossible to find. Who's thinking in Andreas' game? Well, no one was thinking until Kevin just came back. But if you're asking whose turn it is Kevin's. And he is down on time for the first time in this game. And now he's having to deal with Andreas just no concern aggression. Andrea just doesn't get concerned. She will push her pawns up. Did you guys notice yesterday after the game, we talked about Andrea's win? At no point did she say, oh, I regret pushing all those pawns forward so that the computer said I had a losing position after 10 moves. She never acknowledged that as being a thing. She was much more like, oh, you didn't give me the credit I deserved for the saving moves that made me survive a difficult situation. She never really addressed how the position got difficult in the first place. And then here she goes again. Her aggression is fascinating. She has one pace, or rather she has maximum pace, but no other gears. Okay, interesting move from Alexandra. Rook to a7. So she's trying to get both her rooks into attacking positions. I like this approach. top engine line recommends that black try and seek out a queen trade. But we know that should be good for Alexandra in almost all circumstances. So I approve of this move. She spent 29 minutes and 14 seconds. Did we really wait 20 minutes just to see Rook A7? No, you waited 29 minutes. How old is the kid? Well, once again, this becomes a bit of a guessing game. I guess we could go on his website and try and see if it says when he's born there. He's born... My Polish is a bit bad. Antek is 11 years old, it says, but I don't think that's updated. Yeah, no, his website doesn't say his birthday, but he's born in... I think he's gonna be 13 during this year. Oh no, he's gonna be 12 during this year. So he is 11. Oh my god. That's wild. He's born in 2012. But I mean, Alexandra already got some experience this tournament against an 8-year-old. So an 11-year-old is nothing. Nothing in comparison. Oh, and he finds the best move. Pawn to e4 was the only good move according to the computer. And he plays it within like almost no time. But the reason I really like this move from Alexandra is because pawn to e4 was the only good move. But at the same time, that opens up for the black queen to point down on white's queen side, but it also opens up for the white queen to point towards the black queen. So I feel like here it could be good to go for the queen trade. The queen trade in general favors Alexandra because then black's hope of getting an attack is just ruined. Computer says you should go for the queen trade because afterwards there's no way for white to defend this pawn in the middle. But even if you lose this pawn, you have such active rooks, so it might not be a big deal. If Alexandra tries something like pawn to f6, trying to open up for her bishop, bishop takes in the center, now threatening this guy, so we got to protect that one. But then the tension between these two pawns. Okay, take. Like even a position like this, where Alexandra is down a pawn, computer says it's still very good for Alexandra because she's about to move her knight up to start and attack these pawns. And she also has the idea of doing the double rooks pointing in towards the black king. So the obvious thing for black to do here is try to challenge white's control on the open file, but then after the trades and knight to d4, white actually just wins the game because the black pawns are too easy to target for white's pieces. So, but of course this is very high level that you can just give up a pawn and still be better, because of the activity of your pieces and the black pawns having moved quite far forward. But we saw Alexandra sacrificing a pawn against Marcos 2 games ago in the endgame. So she's definitely aware of like similar situations. And so it's going to be interesting to see how she deals with the fact that right now her pawn has been cut off from her bishop. So right now the big thing going on in the position is black is trying to capture this pawn, and what can white do in response? And as a matter of fact, all the computer suggestions are saying that you have to give up this pawn. The computer cannot find a single situation where you can keep the pawn. Because if you try to go f3 to break up the protection that and the kind of the shield with the pawn, preventing the bishop from protecting in the center, then queen to d4 attacks both the king and the rook, winning the game instantly for black. So I guess rook to c7 or queen to c3. Those are going to be the options Alexandra considers. And both of them are somewhat better for white, but both of them also gives up the pawn in the center. So very, very interesting. We have a new move in Andrea's game. Her opponent plays knight to h4. So he's targeting this pawn on f5. And the pawn on f5 could not move because then you release the protection of the knight. So Andrea is going to have to either go with the rook to protect. That would be my guess. And frankly, this is what we analyzed earlier. And this doesn't look super silly to me. Like, takes. You get these pawns with good influence towards the center of the board. And if your opponent tries to increase the pressure against the knight and against the pawn, it turns out you can actually go back on the side and you keep both of them protected while you also now suddenly are threatening to capture the pawn in the middle of the board. So, I don't know. Might be okay. Hammer matching Adidas. I had to, Iris. I had to. Why not knight to h6 right away? Because I'm assuming that moving the bishop out on the edge is a bad move. So we want to encourage kind of misplacing the bishop if we're going to have to retreat our knight. And also someone asked, what about knight takes pawn in order to remove the pawn that's defending the knight? But the problem is that then after rook takes, queen takes, you've actually allowed the naive attack, as I was calling it, against the white king. Suddenly you've allowed that to succeed in this sequence of captures. So yeah, computer doesn't like it, but Andrea is definitely more comfortable attacking than anything else. So she's playing her style, and we've got to respect it. We got to respect it. The guy behind Andrea is also wearing an Adidas. I hope he's a fan and did it on purpose. That would be hilarious. If he did it on purpose, that would be incredible. I mean, I would be shocked if it was on purpose, but that would be such a good story. Antek is getting bored. Alexandra has been spending a lot of time thinking now. But that's part of our trick. Getting the kid impatient. Maybe he'll make a rash decision later on. All part of the strat. Are they sitting back to back? Yes. Alexandra's strategy is to stall until his nap time. Alexandra has been playing a lot of long games. She's played 5.5-hour games, at least 2 in a row. I know because I'm struggling with my voice. I got a sore throat, and I would prefer getting some rest to make sure I manage to stick the distance of the tournament. But yeah, Alexandra had other plans. She's played 2 really long endgames in a row. And I don't know about his nap time, but maybe his bedtime. Is it true the 8-year-old Alexandra played didn't get up a single time? I mean, we were stunned by how little she got up from the board. Yeah. I think maybe she did once or twice, but she was more patient than anyone I've seen at a chess tournament before. What's happening? They're not even playing against anyone? They are playing against someone. It's just that their opponents are not sitting at the board right now. What's the record for the sisters this tournament? Both of them have scored 2.5 points in 5 games, which includes 1 draw apiece, 2 wins, and 2 losses. So Andrea actually, despite being the lower ranked player, has a better performance than Alexandra so far. She's having a fantastic tournament. She won 2 games in a row now against people rated about 2,000. And she's going for a 3rd. Like, no one can claim that Andrea is trying to play itself, going for some draws to get some elo. No, sir. She started a crazy attack, which the computer hated. But, you know, it might work out. Putting pressure on the opponent. That's a good strat. How do they know if their opponent has made a move if they walk away? They just gotta, when you walk away, you gotta like check in with your own game regularly. So when I'm at a tournament, I would be walking around looking at other games, and then like every 2 minutes, I would check whether my opponent had made a move. Very often you leave the board and you kind of stretch your legs, but you always stay within sight distance of the board. G5 push for black, good plan or not? It's definitely the plan we've been talking about the most for Antak, but right now the position really changed with the latest move, because now black is trying to win this pawn in the center And Alexandra doesn't really have any way of protecting that pawn. Oh, I just realized Alexandra might desperately try to keep the pawn, in which case she would probably lose. It's very important that Alexandra understands that even if she sacrifices this pawn, she still has decent chances in the game. If she were to do something like trying to get the knight to protect the pawn, like actually it turns out there's no way to keep that pawn protected. So it's important to kind of realize that and say, okay, I'm gonna lose this pawn, but that's not the end of the world. In fact, computer still thinks that Alexandra has quite a bit better position, despite the pawn in the center now unavoidably being captured. Can you wear strong perfume? The way the rules are formulated, you're not allowed to do anything to disturb your opponent. And that's a pretty loose formulation, so that you could probably be asked, or rather not be allowed, to wear really strong perfume. But I don't know. It depends on the tournament also, right? Because I've played against, in Norway, snus is very popular. This tobacco you put in your lips. And I think that smells quite a bit. And I think it's very frustrating when my opponents use it during the game. But the kind of people who use that kind of tobacco are also the kind of people who don't really take other people's feelings into consideration. So if you point it out, at least the couple of times I have pointed it out, they've not been very cooperative. You're going too far. Everyone in chat liked Hammer trolling and saying all this kind of aggressive stuff. But I went after the snoozers. And chat will not stand for it. You snooze, you lose. Good saying. What snooze? Snooze is this kind of like Swedish tobacco that's become really, really popular worldwide. I have the impression, at least. And you put it under your lips, and it's disgusting. Chewing tobacco? It's not chewing tobacco. Like, you don't chew it. You just have it there. I don't really know how it works. There's no need to research it. Just know that it's bad for you and it annoys your surroundings. Did their opponent get bored? I know I'm bored. We haven't had a move from either sister in 15 minutes. I got roped into a debate about Scandinavian tobacco strategies. You offended like 99% of Sweden? You're saying that like it's a bad thing. What? That was the one thing that even the Norwegian snooze people will be like, yeah, at least he offended Swedes. He wanted to offend 100% of Sweden and failed. Yeah. Is the Scandinavian defense good? It's not as bad as I thought it was. I played it for the first time ever after I became a Grandmaster last summer. And I won in like 20 moves against a really talented opponent. Alexandra's game is starting to worry me. Yeah, Gerber. I wanted her to spend more time thinking, but now I regret wanting that. She really did just use 50 minutes for 2 moves. I mean, I've definitely done that myself, but she was playing so quickly and confidently in the opening. But this is why I say it's so difficult to find the balance, right? Because she's been playing too slow in general, but now I felt like she was playing too quickly. But right after complaining she's playing too quickly, suddenly she takes 50 minutes for a lot of moves. So balancing out your time usage, it's so difficult. Alexandra messed up with rook a7. I mean, rook a7 loses this pawn. And maybe she hadn't realized that that was about to happen. But like even something like rook here, queen here, offering the trade. If the queen takes the pawn, like a position like this where black has an extra pawn, but white is putting so much pressure in towards this king side. Like, Alexandra is not in trouble here, despite being down a pawn. She still has a promising position. I don't have banning rights. Thank you. That's a easy way to get a permanent ban. I lost my moderating status on Magnus's stream because I was banning too many people. So you guys should be very happy that I don't have mod powers in this chat. Magnus is a bit of an anarchist. He likes to allow anything. And he didn't like it when I was banning. I was doing like 1 ban every 5 seconds. To be fair, his chat was going very quickly, so my ban per message wasn't as bad as a ban every 5 seconds sound. Banhammer, that was my nickname, yeah. Is that why you're Cold Hammer? No, I'm Cold Hammer because my mom thought it was a good idea to call me Hammer. There's this weird thing people have that they name family members the same as the previous generation and the generation before that and before that. Weird, yeah, I know. Back in the good old days, they didn't have last names. True story. It's not even that long ago. My dad has done a bit of like ancestry. It's called something specific, right? But like logging ancestry and like searching up old church books and written records that exist. And I feel like it's just like 150 years ago since a lot of people got last names in Norway. Before that, you were just, you know, Andrea. Andrea from the farm up the hill. Only 150 years? I think so. Like, at the very least, not too long ago. Alex from the Hood. Is that how you see her? Okay, so Alexandra plays rook to c7. Now, unless Antek plays queen d4, then Alexandra is gonna win this game. But Antek, the boy can play. There's no doubt about that. He does play queen to d4. And now Engine says Alexandra needs to go for the queen trade. But I don't think she's going to do that. I think she's going to play knight to f1. And I think in some ways this is a better move. Because I don't think Alexandra wants to trade queens with her rooks pointing in towards the black king. And there's definitely some good logic behind that thinking. And then queen takes pawn. Queen can attack up here. The problem now is that once Antek manages to capture this pawn, it also means that this pawn's ability to keep the bishop out of play is gone. So now he gets the bishop into play, which is very unfortunate. So the problem is not so much that we lost a pawn, but it's that we lost that pawn. We would be very happy to lose this one instead if that meant we could keep this pawn that's controlling the options for the bishop. So like imagine this kind of situation where the queen captured this pawn instead. Here, white is winning. But when he captures this pawn, then black is a bit better, according to Engine. So it makes a huge difference which pawn white loses. And unfortunately, Alexandra is losing the wrong one. Which moves are Andrea evaluating? Rook here and knight here, I would assume. Is Antek from Poland? Yes. 11 years old. Kevin with Adidas strip? Did he change his sweater? What the frick? Is this real? It was on his chair the whole time? And the guy to the left of Andrea also wearing the stripes. Do you think that's coordinated? Surely it's not. It was always on his chair, but I mean, what the frick? When he saw Andrea and Alexandra, he should have taken it on. Okay, we're gonna go again.
Три полоски, 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 три полоски. Хандас тусовки, Адидас кроссовки. Три полоски, три полоски, три полоски. Три полоски, Хандас тусовки, Адидас кроссовки. Три полоски.
This is not entirely my music, but it is a vibe, especially with the, I mean, we're not even triple now. We're 5 Adidas sweaters strong. Who's gonna be the 6th?
Три полоски, три полоски, три полоски, три полоски, три полоски. Три полоски, три полоски. Три полоски. Три полоски.
So I have been told that this song translates to 3 stripes, and it is the anthem of the Adidas wearing chess players. Hashtag for some reason not sponsored. You still haven't found all the Adidas on the tables? What do you mean? You heard me say 5, right? Red shirt behind Andreas also wearing Adidas, but he's not wearing the stripes. You need to have the stripes for it to count. Adidas joggers? I mean, come on. You need to have the stripes for it to count. You guys are ruining the vibe. Imagine Ante came back with a jumpsuit on. I mean, I'm just waiting for Dina to come into frame. They said they were gonna dress up Dina as well, right? Do the Botez sisters have any other siblings? Yeah, they have a sister. Cassandra. That's the one. Wow. Queen here? What's going on? Alexandra really said, oh, you want to take my pawn? You want to take my pawn? I'm gonna give you the option to take every single pawn there is on the board. Damn. Antek being hit with the choices right now. He can take this pawn. He can take this pawn. And he can even take this pawn. How do you decide? Wow, this is actually brilliant. I really like this from Alexandra. This might be very, very, very clever. Because you remember how we talked about that the problem wasn't the fact that we were losing... Oh, never mind. The problem wasn't the fact that we were losing a pawn. It was that we're losing that pawn, which enables the bishop to get into the game. Alexandra has kind of identified the same fact. And now she's saying, I'm going to give you a choice between all of these pawns. And if you take the wrong one, then I'm going to win, even though I'm down a pawn, because you have no development and your king is in massive trouble with these two rooks pointing in towards the black king. He played c4. Well, I mean, first Andrea made a move. Okay, Andrea played rook to c8, so she didn't do any of the stuff that I was thinking. Instead, she makes a counterattack on the c2 pawn. And by playing c4, Kevin avoids the attack on that pawn. Ooh, and now if takes, then knight takes, allows queen to take pawn, but then the knight comes in with a triple threat. Ooh, but then the rook comes in with a threat on the queen. Oh gosh, here computer says that Andrea is winning. Oh, but here computer says Kevin is winning. Okay, there's some tactics afoot. And unfortunately, Andrea is way down on time now. Ooh, and Antek just took the right pawn. I think that was a very good decision from him. He needed to give space for his bishop. Now computer says pawn to g4 and pawn to f3, probably the best moves. Or pawn to a3 to protect that one. Computer is saying that this might be a little bit better for black at this stage, but they're also definitely saying it's not a disaster. I think from a human standpoint, Alexandra's position is still quite good. Like, if she just protects this pawn, it's very awkward for black to deal with the threats that's gonna come soon enough. Oh, apparently this is just winning for black. Oh, damn. Alexandra played such a good opening and she had such a good game and she played so quickly and confidently. But the fact of the matter is that the position was always super complicated. And apparently greed pays off right now. Antek is being a bit of a greedy guy, capturing the pawn in the center, threatening the next pawn as well, but it's working beautifully for him. So Alexandra actually, she needs to play this f3 move. Because she needs to put instant pressure on the black position. And yeah, she's gonna lose the pawn on a2 in that case. But something like this could be good for her. Because she has so many pieces pointing towards the black king. If we get to this position, I think it's a fair likelihood that Alexandra is going to win the game. Because here computer says the only move not to lose instantly for black is bishop to e6. To be fair, it seems like rather a sensible move. But there are many other sensible moves too. going back into defense with the queen, surely that feels reasonable. And like the winning move for Alexandra after this is just knight to f3. It's not like there's some kaboom immediately. It's just calmly improving the positioning of the pieces, which is not that easy to spot if you're black. Okay, Alexandra, we need you to try and break open these pawns so that your bishop may yet again contribute in this game. Okay, let's take a look at Andrea. Andrea plays bishop to h6. So her intention is that if white captures this black pawn, then she will sacrifice her knight. And then after all of these trades, her bishop is free to capture the d2 knight. And she can also then reroute her bishop to start attacking the white king. And here black would have an advantage. This would be advantageous for Andrea. However, computer says if white just goes into a bit of a defensive stance with their pieces to protect, then this could be highly problematic for Andrea. I mean, she's definitely posing problems for her opponent. But then the question is, are the problems going to be significant enough? So Alexandra on the latest moves, she spent 29 minutes, 21 minutes, and 7 minutes back to back to back. So she spent an hour on her last 3 moves. Oh, and Kevin plays bishop to c1, identifying the threat against the knight. And that was actually the top move of the computer. And now the computer wants Andrea to sacrifice her bishop in the middle? Because after pawn takes, she can then move her rook up and try to point in towards all of these guys? That's wild. Surely that's not going to work. Yeah, no, that's crazy. And just the fact that the computer is suggesting lines like that is not super encouraging if you're an Andrea fan. Ooh, but Alexandra found f3. Okay, I guess let's focus our attention in Alexandra's game. Alexandra has been spending a gazillion minutes, but she's putting great pressure on her young opponent. And Andrea is like, every move she's playing is getting a question mark. There's no doubting her ambition. And she's very aggressively minded in that she's always going for the opponent's king. But right now, that might not work out. Turns out there are other factors in chess than trying to go bang, bang, bang. So let's focus then on Alexandra, who might take down an 11-year-old. She just sacrificed a second pawn. And let's see what happens if pawn takes on f3. If pawn takes on f3, computer says Alexandra wins. And what's the fancy winning continuation? It's not fancy at all. It's just knight takes back. And then if the queen captures the pawn, then you go knight to d4. And you have a well-centralized knight in the middle of the board. White is down 2 pawns, but you have so many attacking pieces able to contribute in an attack against the black king. What move is Alexandra on? Alexandra just made her 25th move. So she has to speed up. There's no doubt about that. But she's playing good moves. And she's putting her opponent under tremendous amounts of pressure right now. Once again, if only she wasn't playing a kid. Oh, if she was playing an adult, if she was playing like an adult grandmaster, this guy would be so nervous about the rooks pointing in towards the black king. But kids don't think consequences. They have a scientifically proven, undeveloped brain for understanding consequences. And that's brilliant in a competitive setting. Not thinking about consequences, not getting stressed out, not overthinking at all. Just making the moves. The kid just doesn't give a yeah. Would you rather have Alexandra's or Antek's position here? I would definitely prefer to have Alexandra's. I think the black position is super scary. I'm very happy with this pawn to f3 move. If she had played something else, if she had tried to defend her pawn, then I think she would lose. No doubt about it. But understanding the importance of just fueling the pressure and giving up another pawn to activate her bishop, that was a really good call. Like Magnus against Kasparov, that's a good example. Great example, Box Lane. Magnus played against Garry Kasparov when he was like 12. And he wasn't even a little bit nervous. He was walking around looking at the other games while Kasparov was thinking. Can you show the accuracy of the games? I'm not going to show it, but I can tell you that Alexandra, so far, chess.com feels she's had an accuracy of 97.8, which is incredibly good. And Antak is actually even better with 98.5. Even though Antak is under extreme pressure right now, he's played almost perfectly the entire game. He just had a bad opening. Andreas at 65. Is that true? No, Andreas at 89.6. Is that accuracy normal for 2000 ELO chess? No, definitely not. But I gotta tell you, the accuracy is gonna go down in this next phase of the game. Because now it's going to get really, really complicated, and Alexandra is going to be low on time, and Antak is going to have some really difficult defensive moves to find. So they're not going to be able to keep up this accuracy, but it's been really well played thus far. It's just inflated accuracy sometimes. I agree that if you have a boring draw, then the accuracy numbers are just wildly wrong. I was going to say inaccurate, but that doesn't really work as a sentence. But in complicated struggles, when both players have a high accuracy score, that's a real thing. That's genuinely good play. I saw someone in chat saying that your accuracy is higher when you're playing a worse opponent. That is often true. That if your opponent plays terribly, then you can get high accuracy because they're not playing well and testing you. But here, both players have super high accuracy. And that's extremely rare. Daughter, they get an additional 30 seconds per move that's made. And sometimes there's a bit of a delay between the move being played and the move arriving at this on the play server. So some of what you're seeing is just a move delay in the relay, and some is the fact that they got an additional 30 seconds when they're making their moves. Isn't it often in the middle game that the accuracy falls a lot? Yeah, but we've already been in the middle game for 8 moves in Alexandra's game. And they have been playing very, very well. What's the best move for Andrea? I'm not sure. My computer is saying bishop takes pawn is the best move, but that can't be right. My computer must be bugged. So I don't know. I guess rook here maybe I would go. Looks like Antek doesn't realize it's his turn. I mean, if you're gonna do some trash talking comments, I would advise you not to do it right after Alexandra has spent an hour for 3 moves. We're not really in a position to be trash talking Antek's time usage right now. Let the kid think. He's got a lot to think about. Alexandra's giving him a hard choice right here. Nemo coming in for the 52-month resub. Thanks, Nemo. Alexandra's position looks comfy. I'm not sure I would use the word comfy. It's super tricky. But it could go either way. She's going to be down 2 pawns. Or 1 pawn. But she's going to have excellent attacking chances. Is Andrea in trouble with time? Andrea is in trouble in any way you can be in trouble. She's wanted by the hard base police. She's low on time. And her position is crumbling. Ninja Guns says that Antek has very strange mannerisms, looking around all the time, playing with his shirt. Actually, according to his website, Antek has Asperger's. I wonder if that has something to do with it. but it also feels pretty normal for a young kid, I would think. But also, he's a kid. Yeah, that too. Alexandra blundered. Yeah. I'm trying to understand. She could have taken a free pawn. So the only reason she doesn't take the free pawn must be because she's afraid of this check. Yeah, I don't know. I don't fully understand why she didn't just take the pawn. Because frankly, I'm not really even seeing what she's threatening here. Like, she prevented the queen from giving a check on the white king. But other than that, like, if she thinks she's threatening queen takes d6, like, say black does this a3 move. If she thinks it's clever to take the pawn on d6, because then after takes, we have this pretty little checkmate, then that's not going to work at all. Because after queen takes, now you can give a check, but you're also protecting the black king, and then you take the queen. So queen to d4, it just doesn't have any threats. But if Antek now captures on f3, then Alexandra gets her knight involved really quickly. Like, this looks super scary. So the important thing for Antak to understand here is that he should never make the trade between these two pawns. It's better for him to lose the pawn because that's more time consuming for Alexandra. I don't know how easy that is to realize. And also, he should not go on defense with his queen. Because this kind of thing is going to be very scary. Essentially, he needs to develop his bishop above all. And that is also the recommended move. Bishop to e6 is recommended. And it looks pretty natural. And then Alexandra should capture. But yeah, the pressure she has on the king side is still rather significant. So Antak is very much still in a difficult spot. Okay, let's check in with Andrea. Andrea has not made a single move, and she's down to 3 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. That's not great. Antak does find the best. His accuracy has actually increased from 98.5 to 98.6. That is wild. Okay, and now Alexandra captures the pawn, and she does it pretty quickly. And the pace is also important here. He recaptures, Okay, and then Alexandra's going to take with the bishop. Both of them playing pretty quickly in this phase. But Alexandra is down a pawn. So she's the one who has something to prove, to justify the fact that you gave up a pawn. Or blundered a pawn, depending on how you see it. Andrea flagging. It's not looking great. Kevin wears Adidas. Yeah, he changed into his Adidas sweatshirt half an hour ago. He understood the assignment. Are there increments? Yeah, they get 30 seconds extra per move that's made. I don't think she's moved since he changed. I'm pretty sure. Maybe not. 19 minutes and 12 seconds for this move. But the idea is interesting. If now takes, pawn up, attacks the knight, and when the knight moves back, computer says here, Andrea is better. Because the knight is trapped. Very interesting idea. And Kevin, he just takes the pawn immediately. Not giving her any time to think. But now, Andrea's going to play pawn to g5, attacking the knight. And if this knight moves, then Andrea might win. If this knight doesn't move, then Andrea's going to lose. Because knight here, the other knight here is actually brilliant. Because if pawn takes knight, then the diagonal between the bishops open up. And Kevin remains up material in those trades. Very clever. Can anyone sign up in these tournaments? Yeah, Box Slain. It's open to everyone. Ulan, Alexandra was saying yesterday that part of the goal for this tour, if they do really well, is for both of them to qualify for the Canadian team. I'm assuming Nemo is always qualified. Ooh, Alexandra trades... No, sorry. Andrea trades her bishop for the knight. But then she's given away the bishop pair and she has lost a pawn and she has no more protection around her king. Kevin's bishop has had a weird day. First, one move, then another one, then back, and then back again, and now up. This bishop is like, it's only moving one step at a time, but it's getting the job done. And now this bishop is maybe the most valuable piece on the board because Andrea no longer has a dark squared bishop. So Andrea can't really defend against this guy trying to take over the dark squares. Yeah, I think we're going to say that's a GG for Andrea. I don't see her saving this. And also Kevin has been looking very confident. Let's check in with Oh my god. Ontek plays the best move. Like, how often has he played the best move now? Okay, we join hereabouts. Okay, that was not the best move. But then this was the best move. This was the best move. Okay, apparently that was not the best. But this was the best move. This was the... Okay, it's the same thing. It was just as good as what the computer thought was best. And then this was the best move. This was the best move. This was the best move. This was, and then... Man, and he even gets an exclam. Ontek is playing out of his mind. So many people would have crumbled given the pressure that Alexandra has put on him. But he's defending so well right now. So well. Andrea moving her queen back to defense. Kevin captures the pawn. I'm not sure I'm a fan of that. He does get the best move mark, but now he no longer has that ability of the pawns defending each other up through the center of the board. I guess he's trying to do some kind of a rook coming in to attack along the 7th rank. Does look pretty good. Andrea doesn't really have a choice. She just has to play. She only has 1 minute left. You played against Ontek once? How did you do, mentor? Topher says, me too, I won. For some reason, I'm not trusting you, Topher, as much as I'm trusting the original commenter. Kid is 11, but it's still pretty WTF tab. The kid looks pretty good. Alexandra went to Europe, traveled halfway across the world in order to escape the Canadian kids. Only to find out that kids of all nationalities are equally terrifying. Andrea only has 1 minute 20 left. Yes, it's not looking good for her. What is the lesson learned for today? I mean, I think Andrea's being too aggressive. She was too aggressive today. She was too aggressive yesterday. She was too aggressive the day before that. But of those 3 games, she won 2 of them. So even if I feel like she's being too aggressive, it's kind of working. So I'm not sure we should be learning from it, because there's that old maxim, never change a winning strategy. Lesson learned, coordinated outfits do not mean an easy win in chess. Who would have thought? Okay, the board next to Andrea has finished their game, which means we are gonna lose one of the Adidas stripes. Let's toast to our fallen comrade.
Три полоски, 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 три полоски. Тогда тусовки, Adidas кроссовки. Три полоски, три полоски, три полоски. Три полоски, ходьба в тусовки, Adidas кроссовки. Три полоски, три полоски, на штанах полоски, три зачетных соски. Три полоски, три полоски, мы не боимся, в углах не таимся. Три полоски, три полоски, здесь все тусуют.
Uh-oh. Bishop to a7. Bishop threatens rook, but the rook is the only thing to guard the bishop. So if the rook moves, the bishop is lost. But if the rook doesn't move, then the rook is lost. Very bad news. Rip, yeah. Also, Andrea's down 2 pawns in addition to this. She tries the desperate attack. Attacks the knight, but now the knight can jump in here. That looks kind of problematic. Is it possible they will play against each other tomorrow? Yes. It's actually quite a big possibility, I would say. More than 20% is my estimation. Which, considering that there are 300 people in the tournament, is very, very high. Alexandra has to lose this game though. Yeah, but I'm a pessimist by heart. I'm just gonna assume Alexandra loses, because if she doesn't lose, that would be so good. So my philosophy is that I assume bad things are gonna happen so that I can be super happy when good things happen instead. Same. Yeah, it's not as clever as I make it sound, but it's definitely a strat. Andrea's gonna need encouraging words. Well, like I said, I'm better with negativity and pessimism. I'm not the one you talk to when you need encouraging words. Good coach. You know, everyone has their specialty. You know, if I was good at everything as a coach, then, you know, it would be unfair to everyone else. So it's important that I too have some coaching weaknesses. Who coaches the coaches? It's a secret. I just want a free queen. Hammer. You can still lose. Game's not finished. Honestly, that does sound like me. It's important to keep the focus until the very end. Andrea is running out of pieces. Andrea is now down 3 pawns and a bishop, and she's going to lose her rook. And she has 30 seconds left. Andrea right now trying to score a world record in how badly a computer feels about your position. Like, how bad can your position be without the computer finding a forced checkmate? Andrea doing it for the content. What is the position? Plus 17. Right now it's plus 13. Okay, now it's probably going to be checkmate. No, plus 15. Well done, Andrea. I think the record is about 23. There's still hope? No, there's not hope. But you could potentially break some records. I've been plus 30 before. You haven't seen any of my games if you think it's plus 23. The thing is, my chess engine is really good. So part of the trick for getting a high number on the eval is that you use a chess engine that's not capable of seeing like checkmates in 30 moves. The worse your engine, the better your chances of getting a high number is. Ooh, Antec does a question mark from Antec. That is a first. That is most definitely a first. Andrea is now mated in 7 moves. White has checkmate in 7 moves. Also, Andrea is down a rook and 3 pawns. I don't really know why she's still playing. Okay, Andrea resigns. Kevin, honestly, he was confident throughout and he played a good game. Kevin had one bad moment when he had to go back and forth with his bishop. But even there, Kevin kind of impressed us with that he had the humility of realizing his own mistake and deciding to go back with the bishop where it came from on the previous move. And that was actually the only good move. So, good game, Kevin. You deserve that win, honestly. And Andrea has still had a good tournament. This loss is a minor setback, but she won 2 games in a row against higher rateds. She's still winning rating. Okay, they're having a discussion. Andrea says we can talk about it outside. Good, Andrea. People and talking to each other in a venue, especially when everyone's in time trouble, worst thing ever. Very impolite. Andrea did absolutely the right thing, saying that I'm happy to talk about it, but let's do it outside of the playing hole. And there goes the camera. Which means we are now entirely focused on Antec Radzimski versus Alexander Botez. And Antec, for the first time in this game, has made a mistake. How do we take advantage of this a3 move? Honestly, I don't really understand. I assumed it was queen here because then you're attacking both here and here. But apparently queen here loses the game. So she's supposed to trade the rooks and then go queen to e3. And that just doesn't make that much sense to me. Oh yeah, queen to e3 and then you attack. So the problem is if you go queen to d3, then the knight can attack and you cannot take this pawn because then you lose your knight. And that's why this square is very important, because then there's actually no way for black to keep this pawn defended. And then if black goes after this pawn, then we can do some nasty bishop sack and then take the in the center, and they can take our rook, but we take their rook. And somehow this is a draw, but it kind of looks good for black still, because black has that pawn on the outside, which Alexandra had a bad experience with earlier in the tournament. Yeah, no, Alexandra is still in trouble. Antak got a question mark from the computer, but it's not that bad of a move. Computer is overestimating the erroneousness and underestimating the difficulty in finding the move to bust this plan. Will we see queen takes d6? No. So queen to d6 is, it would be a good move if our opponent was always forced to capture our queen if we offered it to them. We showcased this idea previously as well. But the problem is after queen takes here, you can just trade rooks. Now the queen has to recapture because otherwise the queen is captured. And then when the queen captures, you lose the protection of the knight. So that's just not going to work. Alexandra needs to find either this one followed by this one, which is very difficult. But she can also play rook to c3. That looks more... Yeah, that looks easier to me. That looks a lot easier to find. But apparently now the queen comes over here with a very scary attack. Computer says that somehow white survives this, but it's some kind of a miracle. Oh, and now it thought for a bit longer, and now it says black is doing very well. Yeah. No, Alexandra is in massive trouble. The computer's giving a question mark to Antak is harsh. I don't think he deserved a question mark for that move. It was a good move. It's very, very difficult for Alexandra to navigate the complications. Especially considering that she only has 7 minutes left now. Oh, Antak does have the triple stripes on his pants. Is that it? Oh no, it's his shoes. But the way he's sitting makes it look like it's his pants. Big Adidas stream today. Both lose. Are we going to get Alexandra versus Andrea tomorrow? I think there's a real possibility of that. Computer says rook to e7 is fine for white. Yeah, okay, I like this better actually. Yeah, I like this better. I don't like trading here necessarily because then the rook gets even more active pointing down the board. So I like this rook e7 move. But it's a very, very difficult position. Hard to find? Well, none of the moves are technically hard to find. It's just, it's so difficult to understand like how the moves work in conjunction with each other and understanding the points. Because right now, this position doesn't have like any normal features. It's just like bang, 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 bang. Either you win or you lose. There's no understanding, just tactics. And I hate that. And in theory, I think that should actually suit Alexandra pretty well. But it would suit her better if she was the one with the extra pawn. Because now you feel like you're the one who has something to lose. How old is he? He's 11. Aw, there's the kid in the chest shirt or sweater. Maybe that's the outfit for tomorrow. Alexandra down to 3 minutes 30. I don't see how she's gonna survive this. She's so low on time. And Antek has been playing so well. And he's up a pawn, which puts some extra pressure on Alexandra. Okay, we're cheering for this move, rook to e7. But frankly, there's no way I would have understood that was the key here. If not for the computer suggesting some different lines and then playing through them to fully understand what's going on. Very, very tricky spot for Alexandra. But she is looking very focused. Looking super, super focused. Okay, she takes. That's honestly the computer's best move. According to computer, it is the best. But it's only acceptable if you follow it up with queen to e3. She needs to find queen to e3 now, and I think it's a very tricky move. But on the other hand, so queen here makes the most sense because then you're attacking in 3 directions. So queen here feels, a human thinks this is good, but it might not be so good. And then here is genius. Alexandra moved her bishop back. Okay, this is actually good news, maybe. Okay, now computer says Antak wins if queen to b2. But queen to d5 is a draw. But queen to b2 could be a difficult move to understand because Alexandra can then attack both on h7 and on e6. Ah, but knight to g5 protects both. And then the bishop comes in. And the queen. And the rook. Everything. Yeah. Queen here, game over. Queen here, probable draw. That's a big difference. But the problem is, like, here, if pawn to e4, does black has some clever trick? Oh, he does. If pawn to e4, he has rook a8, which wins. This is very good news for Alexandra because as long as he has some winning ideas in the wrong move, then it's more likely that he chooses the wrong move. But here, if Alexandra instead moves her bishop up, it turns out after this trade... Oh, and he makes the mistake! He makes the mistake! And now Alexandra needs to play the bishop. She needs to play the bishop. Pawn up is not good enough. She needs to play the... Damn it. We were happy there for about 2 seconds. And he finds the good move, of course, instantly. Yeah, well played. Maybe there's still some hope. Like, takes, bishop points down, king has to move out, king moves out of this. Because now Alexandra is threatening, like, if she can get all of this, then it should be a draw. Without too much of a hassle, even. Yeah, no, this is not over yet. But it is going to be another 5.5 hour game. For the third game in a row. Alexandra just can't stop playing the endgames. Okay, she had to accept the trade of rooks because otherwise the rook would help the pawn progress. And now she has to eliminate this pawn as quickly as possible. So she needs to make space for her knight. Also, she's pointing down on the black king. Antak is going to move his king. That's a given. And now Alexandra cannot move her knight over here immediately because then the bishop comes in with a check. And when the king moves, the bishop takes the knight and white doesn't even get rid of this pawn. So Alexandra is going to need to move her king before she moves the knight over here. The good news is that there's no way for Antak to save this pawn in the long run. The problem is that while Alexandra is busy going over here, then she is going to lose the pawn in the center. So she's going to be down a pawn, but she's going to also get rid of the most dangerous one of the black pawns. This is move. Alexandra is about to make her move 36. So she needs to make another 5 moves before she gets more time. That's not going to be a problem. She's easily going to make the moves. And now the only winning move for Antak is knight to e5. Wow. To be fair, it was the most sensible thing to do, centralizing your knight. But he had no doubts. Alexandra chose a very bad square for the king, actually. Yeah, no, that was not a good square for the king. Yeah, that was really bad, actually. Because the reason I suggested this move was to avoid any checks afterwards. And it turns out now with the king on f2, knight to e5, if the knight moves back here and tries to capture this stuff, now the black knight will be able to come up, and the black knight wins some time by giving a check on the king, so that the king has to move instead of the knight. And then after the king moves, then the knight captures and it's all over. Because you get the threat on the bishop, and the bishop can't move because then the pawn proceeds to become a new queen. So, yeah. It's only like 3 minutes ago that Alexandra could have made a draw. But she missed this idea of... So the key here was that Alexandra thought that when she moved her pawn up, threatening the bishop, she thought that he had to move the bishop, and then she would have time to capture this black pawn, and then it would be a draw. But the problem is, Antek, he managed to both save his pawn and his bishop by moving the rook over, offering the trade. Now, either the rook has to move away, but then the pawn will not be captured and will become a new queen, or you make the trade, but in that case, the bishop gets away from the pawn and you no longer have the rook to capture the black pawn. So that was a clever trick, and that's going to be the reason he wins this game. And now there's nothing Alexandra can do, unfortunately. What's Antek's accuracy? His accuracy fell a lot in this complicated sequence, but he's still at 94.3. So, I mean, he's played really, really well. The stare? Kids don't care. Alexandra tries the last thing she can. If the knight captures the pawn, then the game is over. So she plays bishop to d5 in order to prevent this, since then white wins because you capture the bishop in the corner. But this is why king here was a mistake earlier, because now Antek gives a check with his knight on the king. And after the king moves, then the bishops are traded. And because black managed to get rid of the white bishop, now the pawn has a free space to move forward and become a new queen. He's playing very accurately here. But you can see how excited he is also. He's playing so quickly because he's calculating everything as he goes. How old is he? He's 11 years old. He knows? Yeah, he definitely knows. And if Alexandra takes the knight, then the pawn advances to become a new queen because you can't save it with the knight. And then if she takes the bishop, then also the pawn promotes because the knight cannot come in. So Alexandra decides to move her king over to be in Spain to be able to capture the pawn, but the pawn still goes in. Alexandra can move her king back, but then the knight will sacrifice itself to control the queening square. Very nice. And Alexandra is going to give up the game. GG's Antak. I suspect this is not the last we've heard from this kid. He played it very well. A bad opening, but after that, he was excellent. Alexandra also put so much pressure on him. She made him really fight for it. But in time trouble, there was a collapse, unfortunately. It does happen. Tracksuit buff was not working. Yeah. The tracksuits didn't work the way we were hoping, no. Why were they betting the kings? I'm not sure I would put it that way. But when you put both the kings on the dark squares after the game, it signalizes to the board that black won. And if you put both kings on the light squares, it says to the board that white won. So it's a way of reporting.
Hi, Hammer.
Hey. Andrea, is she with you?
No. Did she not call you already?
No.
She is not with me.
Yeah, no, it's just she's choosing not to call in when your game is still going on because very often you're in time scrambles when she finishes. It's fine.
Yeah.
I'll call her after. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's not the greatest of days, though.
No, I'm so I messaged her. She knows I'm done, so if she comes, she can join. I feel sad. I mean, maybe Rook A7 was not worth it. I just thought, honestly, I miscalculated one of his lines. I should have just kept the pressure and played a strategic game with him. I just got so excited to go for an attack, and then I know I blundered in time pressure. I'd thought of every move other than A3 in that position. But I don't know if Rook A7 was okay.
I mean, Rook A7 was fine. It's just you cannot avoid losing at your central pawn after it.
No, I know. That's why I'm saying. I thought I'd have so much pressure on his king after that it would be worth it, but I should have just slow played him.
Computer has a really fancy move F4 for you there.
Interesting.
After
I had only
which you're
considered
probably strategically winning. But the thing
I
is,
was thinking about it. It just felt so weird. I was even looking at F3 and stuff like that. I was thinking. I think my brain just overheated over there because I'd thought of so many variations, and then I just
it was such a complicated position, though.
And yes, I know the kid has a teddy bear. I was walking over and I just see the little sloth sitting under his chair, and I'm like, I'm so tired of playing children. But he was obviously very strong.
He was really good. Like, your opening was so good. And he dealt with the pressure very impressively.
No, he did. I mean, yeah, I thought the position was so tricky for him.
Yeah, no, we've been very impressed during stream. Like, both of you had, like, your accuracy was at, like, 98, and his was at 98.6 or something. It was absolutely ridiculous. You were both playing like grandmasters.
Minus my little blunder at the end there. I just
both of you blundered quite a bit there at the end, but
yeah. I'm still rusty with the time pressure, and it's just I think it's gonna take time.
No, but no one's going to be able to, like, the position was so complicated that no one's going to be able to deal with that super well.
So I didn't play terribly?
No, I don't think so. Like, what do you think was bad?
I just felt like I mean, Rook A7 I thought was very interesting, but I did feel like there was something else there. I couldn't find other stuff.
Yeah, no, Rook A7 I think is fine.
Oh,
And then Queen E3 thought was super interesting. F3 was very necessary. F3 was great. But then Queen D4 was not it.
really? I thought Queen D4 was so good.
But I mean, you have to spend some time capturing that pawn anyway. But I'm assuming you were afraid of Queen A1 check.
Yeah, I was afraid of Queen A1, and I thought that with Queen D4, I get the pawn back. I'm defending A1. I'm putting pressure on G7, and I'm attacking D6. It just felt like it did it all.
But you're down 2 pawns.
Yeah, but I didn't think he could take on F3.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
So it's like I'm only going to be down 1 pawn, and then
but you're still
like,
down a pawn.
True, but my queen is on like the best possible square on the board. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
From a human perspective.
Yeah, sure. But yeah, no, I mean, it was a bit inaccurate because he then had time to try and trade off the rooks, right? I mean, in this phase, he just played perfectly. Like, he played the top choice like 6-7 moves in a row. But the time he got to try and trade off your doubled rooks on the 7th is why you maybe didn't have time to centralize your queen.
And I know E4 was wrong because I was watching the stream, but I'm curious what I was supposed to play other than Bishop B1. After take and Bishop B1.
The computer wanted Queen E3, which I thought was a bit difficult to find.
Ooh.
Because the idea is that you can't... Queen D3 is the most natural thing, because then you're attacking pawns in 3 different
I know
directions.
Queen E3 doesn't work. I know Queen E3 doesn't work.
So,
I don't remember if I was scared of like Knight G5 or Queen B2, but I didn't think Queen D3 worked, so I think I just didn't even consider Queen E3, which is nice because at least it stops Queen B2.
Does it?
Doesn't it? Oh, I guess it doesn't really. Well, you can, if Queen B2, you can at least take the pawn, no?
Yeah, that's the point, that you can take on H7. Or
Yeah.
do you wait on A2? Yeah. Well, that's the point, right? That the queen then has some x-rays into the bishop on E6. And once you take the bishop on E6, there's some further threats on the rook and on the knight. But I thought that was super tricky to understand.
Yeah,
maybe the
especially
most
with
human
like 2
thing
minutes.
would maybe be to go rook E7 instead of trading the rooks. We were looking at this, and then maybe... Because then computer said that he still had to try and trade rooks with you. And then we thought maybe making the trade on the E file is better, because at least then he doesn't have the C file. But on the other hand, then he has protection on that bishop. It was just it was very difficult, Alexandra. He played incredibly well. There's nothing to be upset about here. Well, I mean, it's okay to be upset you lose, of course. But he just played out of his mind.
No, I mean he played really well. What was the accuracy at the end of the game?
Not great. So computer thinks that A3 was a mistake.
Really? I thought that was so clever.
Yeah, no, it was pretty good. I mean, I thought it was very harsh to give that a question mark, because you have so many difficult decisions still. And then bishop B1 got a question mark, because then apparently queen B2 is winning.
I saw on stream too. I thought queen B2 wouldn't work because of queen D3.
Yeah, no, we were analyzing that. No.
Like
I was
from a
analyzing
human perspective,
E4.
this looks like it should be okay.
Yeah, no, I agree. I guess that's also why he didn't do it, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But then bishop e4 is basically just an instant draw instead of e4.
Yeah. Oh
Because
man.
after takes, he cannot defend his pawn.
Hang on, I'm telling Andrea we're on stream. Damn. So close. Could have saved it.
Yeah. But
that is
once you're in time trouble, it's like...
Once you're in time pressure, and I committed to a plan and I thought I could win the pawn back, but again, I didn't have very long to calculate it. It just...
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he saw rook a8 so quickly.
I know. Oh, hang on. I think Andrea's here. Tough. Oh, hello. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. It's housekeeping, not Andrea. I'm just gonna sit in the corner. Also, this is for you. Thank you. Okay, sorry. It's not Andrea. I was like, wow, that's fast. Andrea said, hang on, I'm tweeting at Air France, beginning my Karen arc and then coming. I don't think Air France is going to give her luggage back.
Did she have anything important?
Yeah, she had her DJ decks that she needed to practice.
Oh, God.
Yeah, no, it's pretty bad. On top of all of her clothing, which Andrea's clothing, I'm sure they're worth quite a bit.
I mean, I saw
yeah.
some pictures before you left LA.
Yeah, and they lost one of those. I mean, and honestly, like, they just don't even bother looking because she has an air tag and they just haven't moved it. Like, it's in the airport, but that's just what they do. And obviously, there's no repercussions for the airlines because the one-time fee is not going to change. But yeah.
But is it like a massive inconvenience, or is it like you don't get it back from insurance as well?
No, you don't get it back from insurance. They only give you up to like a certain amount, which is definitely not going to cover her stuff. So it's a massive inconvenience if they don't find it, especially because Andrea spends so long picking out her outfits that it's not just like the fact that she's going to lose money, but the fact that she's going to lose money and her time. And they're not going to insure her DJ stuff.
Wow.
Yeah. No, she does have an air tag in the luggage. So, like, worst case, we can send some of our family in France to, like, go track it. But it's just a massive inconvenience, and they're just really... It just sucks. It just sucks.
We should send Dina.
Yeah, we should send Dina a raid. She's doing well. Andrea said she wanted to come,
I'm
but,
saying
like,
we should send Dina to fix the situation. Dina speaks French, has the attitude needed, and can navigate Charles de Gaulle like no one.
No, this is true, and Dina knows how to put pressure on them. Like, Dina was listening to Andrea on the phone, and she's like, "You're not being mean enough." So I think Dina could take it down. But can you give me a little pep talk, Hammer?
I genuinely feel like you don't need a pep talk. Like, this game, you played well. You put so much pressure on him. Your opening was excellent. I mean, shit happens, but like, you played a good game.
Yeah, Andrea. Oh, that's my sister. She can come. Okay. Well, I don't know if shit happens is the pep talk, but we'll take it. We'll take it.
I don't know if it is either, but it's just like, this freaking kid might very well be a grandmaster in 3 years. Like, what are you gonna do?
Hi, Hammer.
Hey,
I need a
Andrea.
pep talk too. The worst part of it all is that when I looked at it with the computer, when I played knight g5, f5, knight g4, I thought I was winning the entire
I
time
bet you
until
did,
Bishop
Andrea.
C1 was played. I thought I was the hottest shit around town in my Adidas tracksuit, playing a flawless opening, ready to flag the man. And then, to my dismay, he played Bishop C1, which I had calculated every other line that looked great, but then it all fell apart.
Yeah, he played pretty well, but also your aggression meter hasn't really been calibrated.
As in, I should be more aggressive or less aggressive?
What do you think of those two options? Like, if you were gonna guess which direction I'm leaning.
Well, I mean, aggressive is subjective because, some people can be passive aggressive, and who knows? Like, I think aggression is good all around, so
We've noticed, yes.
But yeah, that's what Alex said. He said I was supposed to just play good move. I just thought I was winning and crushing, so I just went for the win that didn't exist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I will say it was not a good day for the Adidas
It was,
tracksuits.
yeah, they weren't lucky suit. Hammer probably didn't have a single moment to play our song.
I did it once when I changed into my Adidas sweater.
That's so sad. We told Hammer to play Russian hard bass music when Alex and I had a good moment in the game.
Except he played better.
And there were no good moments in the game for Hammer to pump his fist. 3 times. Also, Alex, why didn't you use video?
Well, because I like reading chat.
I have a
and seeing
PC.
it.
Here, well, we'll put on camera for now till we go.
Well, I'm ready to go now. Do you want a camera just to say bye?
Yeah. I think it's
But then the
important.
Hammer has to change the layout just for a minute.
Hammer, you don't have the layout saved by now?
Yeah, I do. I'll manage.
Okay, we'll call.
Well, because I have an important call to action to make for everyone in chat.
Are you gonna ask them?
Rich, let me have my moment,
Okay,
please.
sorry.
Okay. Hello, chat. Hi, everyone. I have an important message.
I still need to make some adjustments every time we change into.
I have an important message, and now is a time of need. And listen, as a community, we need to rise up against injustice. And there's a lot of fucked up things that happen in the world today, and I'm not going to address any of them except for Air France. Air France, I hope you know it is day 7 with no baggage. I have been recycling my underwear and my socks. And let me say, the mall here only has polyester, and all the socks you get around town, you get really sweaty, and everything's getting really stinky. And I've tried to borrow my sister's clothing, but she has absolutely no taste in fashion. And then I went to Dina's closet.
That's actually very rude.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Just let me have my moment. Let me be dramatic.
Have your moment without insulting my great
fine.
sense of style.
Okay, her fashion is great. And then I went to Dina's closet and I took her checkered chest sweater and I looked like I was back in middle school and it gave me PTSD and I had nightmares all night long. And I also packed my DJ equipment, and every night after my chess games, there's only one thing that can cheer me up. It's music, and I can't prepare for my DJ set. And if my entire DJ career fails, it shall be on you, Air France. And I have done my Karen tweet, so I would like everyone to go on Twitter and @Air France and say, you suck. And we're all boycotting you in our Adidas tracksuits until you give us fashion back. And if not, I will go to Paris and I will find you, which I already did, but then they just rejected me and turned me away, but I will come again. And that's all.
She's scarier than Liam Nelson.
That's all. Air France.
It would be a bigger threat if you told them, like, you're going to send Dina. I'm not sure they're scared of you.
I think I'm going to call and put Dina on the phone, and that's my next step.
You just need to unleash Dina.
Who's Liam Nelson?
You guys don't know who Liam Nelson is?
You're kidding,
Come
Andrea.
On. Andrea doesn't know anybody. Why are you so close to me? Your hair is on my hair.
To be in the frame. Who is Nelson? Does anyone have any weapons we can unleash on Air France?
Literally, Dina. Yeah, okay, we're gonna try.
Neeson. Sorry, Liam Neeson.
Who is that?
How have you not seen Taken, where they take his daughter and he goes to Paris to find her?
Oh!
It's a really good movie.
Yes, how I feel
Thank
about
you,
my
Caspian,
baggage.
for the subs. We appreciate it.
Anyways, thanks for listening to my rant. Every day I'm gonna tweet at Air France in my tracksuit, and I am not changing my outfit. If it is Iceland and it is day 20, I will still wear this tracksuit.
I don't know if that should be the move, but if you want to.
But I just don't know how else.
All I'm saying is, why punish yourself twice? Goodbye. Thank you.
Well, because I was thinking I could turn the tracksuit into a meme, and with the power of memes, we could get more numbers, and with more numbers, we could be more intimidating.
You know what? I like it. You
I also
should wear
think
it.
I think it's just gonna gain more power, and I think I'm also slightly more intimidating. Even though we didn't win in them today, and what if they're my unlucky suit?
What if it's our lucky suit?
But I want everyone to be so sick of seeing me in this tracksuit that they go and tweet to themselves. It's gonna be day 20, and I will still be playing chess dressed like a middle schooler.
I'm just gonna put a little barrier from the spitting here, but it's okay.
I'm angry. Let me spit. Anyways,
catching straight.
I don't know. Anyways,
but yeah, no, it's very infuriating because they just don't help you with stuff.
I call their customer service every morning and every dinner. I have emailed them 3 times. I've pretended to be a manager. I've called them. I've told them every single urgency, but they just don't care. And I keep tracking it every day. And you want to see what I see when I pull up my little AirTag? Where is it? I show it to the world. World should see. All right, let's look. Suitcase 2. Paris, Charles de Gaulle. I wonder if they've done anything. Let's look. Wait, let's see. Let's watch it load, chat. I'm not. It just says Paris. It says nothing. Last seen today. Oh, it's loading. It's not there yet. Okay, the anticipation's not here. Anyways.
Anticipation?
I'm gonna wait until it shows up.
Put chat back.
Oh, look, surprise. Still in Paris. Who would have thought? No justice in this world. Nothing.
And they did tell you when they lost your bag that
it'd be 1 day. They told me to come back in 1 day. It's been 7.
No, I mean it's pretty.
7.
It's pretty.
A whole week.
Up. It's pretty fucked up. Not to mention that Andrea's wasted like 30 minutes every single day at least on call with them, and it's just they have no sense of urgency there.
Delta would never. No, Delta lost my baggage as well, but it's always in Paris. Thank you.
It's always Charles de Gaulle.
Thank you, Gerber, for pinning my tweet. Guys, this is really important. I'm telling you. I need this for my sanity, for my chest, for my image. Everything else is going to crumble without the baggage. Anyways, at one point it was really funny when I sat down to my game. So chat, we're wearing these suits out of irony, but then my opponent sat down and he was wearing an identical Adidas jacket.
I kept seeing so many people wearing
and
Adidas.
Then I realized,
and then we'd give each other looks, and I was like, we're definitely in Eastern Europe, even though they like to be considered Central Europe, but you know.
That's the whole reason we wore them, because Eastern Europeans love their Adidas tracksuits.
No, I was matching.
But now they probably think that we're just. They probably don't think it's irony.
No, they think we think this is
fashion. They probably think we think we're fashionable. But that's fine.
I even had the matching Adidas shoes.
That's funny.
Yeah.
The kid had Adidas.
Yeah.
Their culture is not your
my
costume.
kid had a teddy bear and he played
I saw it was under his table.
I know.
He had like a ton of little trinkets.
I know.
And I looked at his teddy bear.
Did you consider at any point stealing his teddy bear and holding it ransom?
I mean, I just feel like he'd take the teddy bear back and like find the best move in a second, even if I did that. Like at some point, he's just jamming out in silence. And I'm like, who is this? Like, why is this happening to me?
That kid was insane. Yeah. Hopefully, Dina also doesn't lose 2 kids. Well, I think our opponent's a team.
Dina's winning, right, Hammer?
Oh, good. Maypril, we don't talk about it.
Maypril was not a good day for the sisters, but we'll come back tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right. Well, guys, I think we're gonna go get some dinner. Hammer, thank you for the commentary. Chat, thank you so much for watching. We'll be back tomorrow. You know, we might be sad today, but tomorrow we might be happy.
Playing each other tomorrow. If we play each other, we should wear our tracksuits. Just imagine.
it could genuinely be like a 20% chance. Like
We're
it's
100% wearing the tracksuits if we get matched. Anyways, YouTube chat, thank you guys for the support, and Twitch chat, of course, and Hammer. Hopefully, we bring home some dubs or some baggage tomorrow, and not emotional baggage because I have enough of that. Just my clothes that I have been missing for 7 days.
Thanks, chat. We're gonna raid Dina so that you guys can watch her game.
At least one winner in the family. Oh, she
yeah,
gets
Dina
one.
won. Well, at least one of us is a beast.
Yeah, we'll invite her to.
Yeah.
We'll invite her to dinner.
Okay. Well, thank you guys, and we'll see you tomorrow. We really appreciate it, and we hope you're at least learning.
What is there to learn? I'll add message Hammer for some wisdom. Well, I think it was to not be aggressive, but aggressive is my middle name after Andrea Cecilia Cristina. And Air France. Don't forget about Air France, everybody. If you guys haven't heard what they've done to me, just know that they might be safe for now, but as soon as I finish my chess tournament, I will take the bullet train to Air France, and I will be the biggest Karen that they have ever seen. They should know not to mess up with the boat from chess, because us chess players already struggle to be cool, and this was all I had going for me. Just fashion, and now I have nothing.
All right, chat. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye, everyone.
Bye, chat. Bye.